Nice. Dobre, ide sa Endwalker, prvé questy Endwalkeru. Joj. Yo, do you have some time to talk? I would like to get everyone in just respect and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of omnivorous stars in multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by organization known as the Teleporoi. The Teleporoi and that purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past an apocalyptic event that would result in destruction of all beholder there. Already have these towers of there been cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their fate prevented for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Thus, shielded with the blessing of light, seem able to resist being liberated at least. But after what happened, the Arenwald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garmland. As you know, the Teleporoi are under the leadership of Van Daniel and one other delightful fellow Xenos Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. Today, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varys, and plunged Kermland into even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it for good, while there saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Occasion. This is ancient in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the area was not answered by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an airy fog of silent which did blanket the ruined city. Then, sekunda. The inhibitor appeared to have been tempered and with nary a word spoken, and did the elaborate to transform the palace into soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made trolls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Teleporoi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an ever greater catastrophe. We need to devise means to counter this threat and quickly before our alliance are overwhelmed. We will find a way in the shadow. Master 4 comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The film knows more than it is letting on. Ano niečo nám tá. Sorry to interrupt. We just received a word from Mistress Krill. She says the arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're headed to Lim Salamis on board the next ship bound for Charlian. And on arrival, present yourself as Association of Students of Beldation. Come to assist with those restoration. Wow. Takže tam jdeme po tajemky, dobré. The arrangements may be settled by both of your codes. They must raise the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course, we should set off a dance. Then I will accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. No dneska jdeme se Lemnice, tak ship can sail. Dobré, ale to nějaké vůbec nebudem to brát. Že kde jsem s questami a potom prostě hrát a kde skončím, tam jdem. Everyone's here, which is good because I'm already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. Yeah, the ship for sure should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian?
To pre nás všetkých asi hej, okrem vás
Sir
dvoch.
Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Lepšie. To čo, budeme ti chýbať, Tataru?
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends. I'll hold you to that.
Ja, was ist denn mal?
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail!
All aboard.
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey! And please, please,
Be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Na sever jdeme.
Here. Feel. Think.
Control seat.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal. After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
Tá maska, to bol ten duch, alebo ten tmavý. Ten, čo tam na tej stoličke vtedy so mnou rozprával.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am. What Eidolon has always been. A primal.
Asi jo.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse, which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it.
Bola to tá maska.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Charlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
It's better.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Koho som myslel, že mám odkliknout. To nebylo hned. Nice. 23-minutový úvod. Endwalker. Píše 650 hodin.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Charlian, the northern empty. Vážně se to volá empty. Severné prázdno.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Presne tak. May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Ishtola rule. Na čo pero keď môže mágia, že?
See how it glows. That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Adventure by trade. Witam, Adventure by trade. Obchodnik.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter. And you, sir?
Nadai.
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
if you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Celku hladko.
Croyle, it is good to see.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Ja žalobně dobré. Jo, pravda skončí. I'm glad I spotted the ship coming in the port. The officer are born bear cows and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Nice. 32 minut první quest. Sykla jsem dostal. Teď se 15. OK. I had to launch it directly in the explanation of what I learned and how we might proceed. But this is an estimate first time in Sri Lanka, and for the rest of you, homecoming that was long overdue. Oni všetci tu už prostě boli. You must have a place you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? This fine suggestion. We may not be welcomed at your estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. Nose around. I'm equally untethered as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to acquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old hunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the A3 Plaza. I was in it. I shall join you there now. Yes, we will see you there. Aha. Tak si pamätám za vás Varto. I do have a place I would be remiss in not visiting Fort White by the leave. What of yours in the end? My service is a guide or yours for asking. For asking. That won't be necessary until we recon when I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Not a problem, eh? Well, how would you like to join us then? We've been gone for quite a while, and this would be perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will help me. Come here, Sherlan's way. Dobra, tak bez oblamowania zachowania miastom. After you, my friend, I'm more than content to follow your lead. Yeah, keep him at your side in order to proceed with the quest objective. In the event you set net I will catch up. Yes, to you so long as you remain in the same area. You can leave Garatia behind, however, the entering the different area may also speak him and select the options part. If you wish to Garatia accompany again, return to speak with him. Original location. While the Garatia is accompanying you, next try to speak with Carl. All set then, let us be on our way. Our first stop, assuming enough, will be the last one. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Krilos is also accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the last stand and speak with the girl at the design at the location. While your company, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topic of discussion. Enter the lower area to speak with your quest companions to imitate the spontaneous conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. No, to nie aż takie wielkie. With all these followers coming and going, all horse expect assist in the Imperial adventure would be highly appreciated. It's no reason why you couldn't understand any task which pique your interest. I hope been cleared by the migration of you after all. I look forward to the day of your name is celebrated in Sherland the same way it is in yours. This place is called Para style and is supposed to stop cargo along the docks. You will find the usual necessities for the living and the parts of it all. But also supplies the Sherland's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, special specimens and samples. Starting these stocks strengthening seems to keep the island busy. Ja просто nie mam modelu na to jeszcze, okej. Taka ona, taka ta rimska. No, this is the sign to hardly forget the great city of Kaliak. As a citizen of Baldicion, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the score of wise features every time I return by ship to the city. This path leading out towards the sea is now the Galiax Tower, so named for the city of Scholar which stands in its end. As you know, the Australian people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was a more matter of pragmatics than beliefs, an alignment of principles as it were. We may have honored him with rather impressive sculpture. Yes, but our fate is not so restrictive as that of sea, say the Ishgarians. Individual Charlians can and do worship the divinity of the choosing. Dobre, toto je asi hlavné. And there we are the last, and I may have mentioned this before, but also our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive. The average Australian tends to regard the seasoning and favor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archonoflo law, the prevailing sentiments toward the cuisine is dietary value first and taste distant second. There is one pupil at the studium, however, who could so much the school's inspired meals no longer. So he with his lesson and proud all his savings in the buildings and property related. And so the last stand come to be. It is added the name in place, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Shalian. The one and only bastion of the culinary art in the Isla of otherwise mediocre fare. I symmetrical the burger being held as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I never had the pleasure of eating one myself, because you were typical Australian when it comes to cheap and convenient. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop, when time permits and sample of the castle delights. Should we present the stairs to the side of the cafe that will take us to Etreat Plaza. An unusual shape, isn't it? So unusual. Ahoj. I assume you hovered this perfectly functional letter. Remember to turn yourself before we move on. And now being the diligent tour guide that I should make a mention of the confluence. A research facility located on this very plaza. It's much venue the discoveries are the reason Charlians stand up at the forefront of teleportation technology. In the deciphering the underlying principles of Legana address, it allows us to understand and reconstruct what we essentially lost art. And we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast of Agora, Berlin's largest marketplace. Okay, dajmy tieto. Speaking of Etreats, aha, vyzerá to celkom zvláštne. Etreats does teleportation speed add up after a while, which is why I tend to rely on the far cheaper ferry service. I was pleasantly surprised what Mr. Stutter informed me that the signs are reimbursed for transportation cost as part of our duties, but I find all the habits hard to break. At that end, I would rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. And as the entrance confluence, I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. The confluence. Confluence. Sútok dal sútok. Sútok, čo je slovo sútok pre Boha živého. Dobre, však to mám paplné a toto takže to nič. Čo je toto? Myšky? Do you mind if I browse the show also for a moment? There might be some hidden games I yet to read. Then a moment, how optimistic, feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around you. Perhaps I will return here later then. These little open-air bookshelves are so unique, Charlians. I was always thought than the common sign until I visit other nations. Now, full plate armoring. Okay, to je to, čo som dostal, aha. Dobre, to sa mi ľúbi. Pekné rukavice. Špatné, dobre. A čo to mám? Primary, secondary, hento mám daj sem. By som si teda všetko opravil, lebo keď sa dostanem k armorinu, tak welcome to Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlans as well. This is a wide selection of imported goods. They also use to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think this practice has thankfully died out. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop of our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the retreat plaza, allow the path north. Follow the path north, then climb the stairs up that imposing buildings at the right. Okay. Ma to tak napadlo, že vieš. Gemstone Trader. Môžem. Retainer, OK. Ten som si nedal, nie. Nie, to je toto, tento, OK. Tranquility, the stadium. A to je že starý šarzón. Wow. OK. No, dobrý. Mostiku. Dobra, v podstate už iba tam tie dva na okraji mi chýbajú. These literary features are typical for our Charlian architecture, aside from the research wing. Our headquarters nowadays love Valor were simply rustic by comparison. Content, okay. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessing of water. For Charlotte, water represents more than life sustained liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from the divine air. This is the reason you see the abundance of fountains throughout the city, and prosperity throughout, and the prosperity for utilizing water as a creative future in our architecture. This ground structure before us is Rosta. The name refers to the public platform erected here, upon which a form of elected representatives would deliver operations and debate politics. Although the stage has since evolved into a council chamber, the nature of forums and the duties of its members remains largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Orahan? Yeah, yes, I'm awfully distracted. I apologize. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me the mind of Marilla in the first class, who had gathered the crystal tower, asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think, the great city of Charlie. And bit by bit, plus a few buildings growing out on a community, the Crystarium, I can almost see its echoes. I say feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the conquilors would object to simply enjoying a view. Such memories should be treasured. Now, however, the tour must go on. A spectacle of thinking concludes which the named giant walk down the stairs to the east and continue the straight ahead. Which guess so. The journey's end. To asi je teda to hlavné mestečko nějaké. Ale je to aspoň mestečko. We arrived at the journey's end. History tell us that this was where those who put ashore with Arkham Namekeeper built their first homes. In the present day, it serves the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlie's families. You will see that one mentioned in clearer range than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friend from House Louis. Or all things considered, we should probably keep our distance from the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlians to the close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now shall we head directly to Balsan Annex? You remember the way, don't you? Let me think. We head down toward the harbor, across the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Trade Plaza. Correct. Vyrastali. Priadne pánstvo. Padá poslední. Charlie's is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practice. Not that they attend the exclusive schools they run in these residents. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Right, we cross the bridge here, and as I recall, stick the path and be careful not to enter back to the plaza. Počátky, jo. Ty se myslíš, že iba na ryby, nie? Dneska je večer. To je ještě keď vynesú quest. Just look on Ravis. Undoubtedly in front of you, this is the Annex. If you continue up the hill, you arrive at the doorstep of no main. But I think we explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. Takže to ten náš noček. I'm back and I brought you and Raha with me. You're right about the ship then. Let's cry. It's nice to meet you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I heard many tales of your exploits. Ojika Tsunjika. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tsunjika, Administration Officer for Students of Baldesion. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The Champion of Airs has featured prominently in Kirill and Kara's reports. So for me, I think it's akin to see the fable hero come to life. This place is like a second home for students. This love well served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had the occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make us offer the city research facilities, attend conference, or procure supplies for the distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodging for our members while we engage in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters along with the isle itself vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations, and yet it feels so empty with so many lost to us. The organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. Should that door on the left, there is a main hall where we can discuss our plans moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. Probably don't rest before discussion before it's in earnest. Значи to mam w prawo, mam swoją izbę, dobra. The private board is prepared for in the Atron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Then Apron's perfect for the afternoon dose. I didn't mean to give a wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed for more than some cheap out roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy. Sekunda. Simply be so busy with research or exhausted from journey abroad that we slip into the undrawn just a few things, and thus they become known among the students as anaproms, even if many such naps might lead well into following. Say the word and I will be happy to show you your chamber. Hopefully there is one a bit long incoming. I will wait for you all in the main hall. Okay. Prídem. Kali to být si to, čili to mám projekty. Někde tu. No. Já jsem myslel, že to je šli od dovoleky popeloval. To se mi zdalo, že vzpomínalo. Čo to máme? Summoning Bell, Crystal Bell, Armor. Nie. No. Nie. Je panvica. Dobre, ty dve si uložím. Aj teba. What? Tak to je cool. Okay, keby chcem byť uniform. Vistarium. Tam ty varky vyzerajú všetky dobre. Hello. Okay. Ale posúvaj. Tam to vyzerá pekne. Inger. Okay. Dobra, to je nič extra. Dobra. To je zase celkem glamour. Nějaké si vytvořit tak. To vyzerajú pekne, také biele. Kam toto? OK, tento vyzerá cool na něj. Ktoré to bolo? Toto. to tam. Je mi to setlo nesetlo, takže to asi musím dať. Tak to poplej. Amen, Berto. We should be wandering it soon. No, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldesion. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objection?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Podupaj. Nebral si peněz tenkrát dal neprav. Já jsem to dostal. 6 Girkov, aha. Alebo kryl, tenkrát kryl. Daj kryl neprav. Hitting the books. And unsettling changes come over Sharlayan, but together we all divine the underlying cause for the Forum collapse. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the conquilors directly is fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archives of records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dust pages on one can skim in day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconnaissance outside. No meno, shall we? Exit the dunks to the right and you will find the archives on the western edge of the woods. A na ty archivy som už videl. Dobre, najprv dokončím toto, ja sa potom k nemu vrátim. To je toto, že? To sa mi nezdá, kde je to na toto? Okej. Na 8 si to dám, lebo proste... Zamknem. My directions are very easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand I know before the doors of no minimum Brilliant's granted collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only the entrance and one of many of that for the archives of Neumenon extends a deep brief the surface like the roots of the tree. The vast halls of the great Gubal library pale in comparison to Normal's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlian is free to enter and pursue its shells. Though most of elves only archons are afforded access to certain rescue walls. I have dispatched Ishtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Alfina will help me continue search through the stack open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlian history or foreign policy. Your task will be find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I have told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there. Once they found some promising tomes. Happy reading. Happy reading. Okay. Happy reading. Hello. Pekné sklo. Roulette books. Aha. Sorry, poskipujem to tam. The following chapter on chapters go to introduce the most future of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information from or cover the history of Shire and Netherlands in the great detail. Takže mi to ani nezapočítalo, ok. No, manuál to asi nič. Details on forum, ok. Nič. Popravde som neočakával, že sa tu bude dať skočiť na to. Tak ja si dám asi jedno PvPčko. Ecco. Dva katapulty mi zničili, čurát. No tak, dostałem, że... Ta. Mhm. Sorry, you were waiting long. Were you waiting long? And to make sure I would borrow at least a few volumes of Finale and Krill should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion, so far as I could see. No titles in our constructs mentioned the final days, specifically. So we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant homes, if there are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to eat and a ready supply of hot tea. I was always quite fond of reading outside, but it's not about a little pleasure, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrivals, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alfinaud and I were threatened Charlian, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our effort to understand this position and that's not that and that of the forum will perhaps lead to the reconciliation. We will mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graham? Have you been visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Yes, my situation is also somewhat complicated. After I stay in the Charlians, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reach of is Il Sabbar. In fact, for generations, my people have dwelt in covers the coastal region opposite of the island of Tavair. The Allegans founded a city in the fertile land and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikpate to serve as laboratories. Of course, the massive earthquake of Fordambral calamity brought an end to the Emperor reign. And when the fifth calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still live in the chorus braved the journey back to yours. My ancestors, however, chose to remain that they might prevent the remains of elegant technology from being misused. Isn't Corvus under Guardian rule? For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local cultures remains, as is the seas for the most imperial province, but Garmland renamed the region Locus Amoemus. When I was a boy, a nearby the town came under the jurisdiction of the Illustrious imperial family, the noble of House Tarmus. Hazards demonstrate a singular interest in elegant civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan A no longer possesses to our eldest children as reliable as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to knowledge and traditions. As the last child born with Allegan I was given over the custody of friends in the students of Baldesion, who had me registered as Charlian citizen. And everyone considered forgive me. It was an unkind question. Evandengrad was taken in by Archon Lusoix. Was it not? Stories of adopted wives and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origin, we are all provided with the equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient we outsiders can even earn the volunteer title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation of which each citizen can be proud. Here, another good reason to get the bottom of the forest upon us, aside from the matters of our impending doom. I should head way into the books. Moral company should be arriving at the mailman. Ja zatiaľ som sa nedozvedel nič nové, iba čo ste tu vykecali o blbostiach o svojich životoch. That's many. That's many lost. Alright. Ultra I must say, the picking were quite slim indeed. Its schedule has already flicked through every history book devoted to disaster, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the umbrella calamities, as well as articles written by prominent Forum members. Perhaps the knowledge of the final days come from the unexpected source. Speaking of which, may I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm only one here who didn't witness the events of Armored firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where's to begin? First thing first, what kind of phenomena did the ancient encounter as the final days draw night? Creation magic, permanence, and normal power. Not from the worst kind of phenomenon. First month after the final days had rapidly, in fact. If we are speaking of phenomena caused the final days, the chaos and creation magic run about is what first comes to mind. Fear and despair manifested in terrible tentacle facial meteors raining from the sky, fire sprang from the ground, and they scribble power. The more or less elegant with my understanding. Aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something certain to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not present or passed on. History shows that the closest known magic is that one the summoning rituals provoked by the Ashen. Was there tales of note which relents the approach of the final days? Потратье. I think I may be misremembering. I recall that was more girl spread. And now Pixel spoke of the keening sound that rose from the long itself just before the region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, for us, first as we were into the midst of the madness. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I will have to speak with one of them. Mamets, and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Evidence sought to kill this unprecedented calamity. What the definite actions did they take? Someone Zodiaca, potom Haitali. Yes, evidently the was serving as his heart. So many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star. Only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancient offered up for the sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fleeting souls they intended render until Zodiac. A trait that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of Loud One absorbed by the Primal. Or might have had when not Interfellows not manifested their position in the Primal Tides. Thank you both of you for the detailed review. I feel much confident now in my understanding of events. Which all the freshly in mind, it does make me wonder that the teleporoi truly mean what they speak of bringing back the final days. We have seen what they are doing with the stars of theirs is forcing people to summon Paramus a kind of crystal catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused to unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for a scale of destruction they plan to unleash? Conjunctive at this stage, let us return our attention to the form, shall we? We should keep an eye out for extra, but it's time we begin studying these research papers. Wait on more. Chápeš, to je snad třetí quest iba. Za hodinu 50. To už má být tak 6 questů. And last, my extended search of our horse stacks produce one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If your cavalry learned of the source reflections from the Gerun oracles. For each potential, it caused panic and confusion. The tomes was deemed Apocrypha and sealed away in the great Kubal library. This even less likely that the knowledge of the unsundered earth, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleges, by their archons or councillors, should perforce by largely ignorant of the subject. Yet, when you are confronted Master 4 with the knowledge of the telepra and the machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they possess a tree. He seemed adamant that the throne would know if the final days ever truly upon us. Visionally supports the conclusion that whatever privilege wisdom is guiding the throne's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Ale prečo to držia v tajnosti všetko? Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading whatever they contain a mention of the final days. I know these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Takže to je čítame. Tretí quest. Reálne tretí quest. The labor for niečo, ok, super. The earlier organizers, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any book of subject I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should we read them again? A moment. The reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment though, I suggest that you take care of this rest. We might occupy with our research for quite some time. Ready to tea break you? I know I'm. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to clarify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the Hydro Down, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside table several treaty or today coffee. It's quite good. Zvučka predtým bola lepšia. Hunt for specimens. Môžeme domýka kvestiky pomaličky. Waiting class. Skúsil som. Tu tam na tých schodoch by mal byť. As I live and breathe, it's you. Can you be the first rocket down of the guild top hunter now? Yeah, they hunt. Tak som si myslel, je to hunt. Dobre, tam sa nedá skočiť dole. Guild ship hunts. Watching канал. Disciple of Pain, také to bolo level 83 alebo niečo. Toto v tej vraj najodpornejšej jedálni. It's busy as I see, however, and that not other gourmet cafe has sprung up to complete for the customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and go check the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen have to say about the Loporoy. We might even learn something to want to try, don't you think? But what is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of progress? Despite if you're looking to share table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. Imagine, sir, we were simply wondering if you know of the Teloporoy. Those enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear. And wait, you're the house of little girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously the friend. I would hear you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbarians views, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I will thank you to Leo, maybe I'm not to say to the likes of you. Well, it was a pleasure. It was foolish of me to expect an awesome accessibility from one religion. Come here. Hello. Yes, I don't believe I heard the pleasure. Excuse the interruptions, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Delaware and the unseasonable plans. If it isn't Miss Levy, Maple, but I work in the office of the forum, and if you reach the Master 4, that I was helping you. I see we're sorry to bother you. Beacon. Welcome, welcome. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mr. Solis I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Medica Dickon, the owner of the last stand, I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the stadium. AJ, now. It's a tale of 4 years old, but then you never come back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father dissolving the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has option, it seems. Well, it is house living. No matter how discreet Master 4 may have been, news of your family doing never stays a secret for long. Things being what they are, what's bring you back to the city now, of all time. We have a question, and only shall answer once first. Tell me, Master, did you hear anything about the apocalypse called the final days? What like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find information on this apocalypse. Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with you. I wish there was more I could do to help. But but maybe there is your visitor to Charlene already. We should be able to pass you off server with a non-device. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're sitting there down the food and sitting here. Yeah, you might just get the answers you're looking for. No, but I hate to ask, but what do you think? We better. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I will explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set of its cherry group sitting to the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, the Highlander of the name of Gisla. She's sitting outside the table with a friend of hers. Behind them you should see Miquot the gentleman. You're the own barked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just good luck. Jesus. Miquot the mamad lobster. A? Ja, dobra, także to dawamy boja, okej, okay. Thank you. Czego ja sam słyszałem, to sure, I've never heard of them, or the final days. My friends were somewhat uninformed when it comes to paranormal, so now if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practitioner of the six astral era, common or esoteric, Then I will be happy to talk your ear off. Amaleta. Finally, secure the digital, no time to waste. Yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That the same grand claim about the end of days, same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The France made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Hello, Bister. At least is mine. I have no idea how long I've screamed and served some friends to offer. Well, the dish. The final dice, this is what I hear of it. Also, that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be busy time to be gleaner. You don't know what the gleaner is? They're collectors of sort. Travel the world procuring things that behave good princeless books on unusual life, spacemen and so forth. So named for those folk who dare after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. By all account, cleaning is most meticulous and demanding. If those teleport make good on the treat, then many uncatalogish rarities would be lost forever. About the harbor, and you will see. Watch the harbor and you will see what I meant. They are carting loads in form of dogs all day. It's never been this big before, not like this. Special na krabacie. Anyway. Any trouble with the customers? Ever able to get anyone talking? Try me. By myślę jak nicht. Interesting, they seem unaware of the final days aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dixon had nothing to offer, and he is the best source of gossip in the city. If the firm does have secret knowledge, they have done an impressive job of ensuring no one whisper it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, a cup of coffee, I promise. Ja to si budeme postojačky piť akože. But let's enjoy everything else, shall we? Maybe behind this parish style. Anyway, from the gossip and the beginning tongues. To sněží? Yep, vyzerá to takhle. Yes, this should be nice. Out of the wind and out of the sun. Обратно questo sale e poi dobbiamo essere.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy. To keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Mm-hmm.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Nie, problém se s vodou. Konečné dýchanie pod ňou nie je problém. Dobra, ale čas obeda. Zakrýval som to, lebo rožky trčali tak, aby neodpli. Že buchtu. Nažraný som. Dobre, nažraný. Fish told us what we learned about the Engliners. Go on ahead the no menon and I will join you in a moment. Master Dixon will want his cup back. His cup back. Domy напряжение сейчас за. Welcome back, you been for walking a clear to your head, have you? Not exactly, we did some impromptu investigating and turn up information on the cleaners. It makes sense. The cleaners take the requests directly from institution and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the forum. A sudden and significant increase in cleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overreaching plan being put into motion. Let us see what we can build from the fact. As Ishtal observed earlier, no menus archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what you and Alicia learned at the last stand, now nothing of the particular period what's in history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Teleporoi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the front claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they so fit to unanimously deny this request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on the unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch or conclude that Gleaners reserve activities are in service to foreign security violence. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit the labyrinths and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we are lucky, the cleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. I'm glad you probably won't be disappointed, I promise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I will see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there. I will show you where the entrance is. Okay. The Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorientating. I will take the lead, so stay close. Moment, ja už nie som sprout. Now we're gonna try to give up. Let's try to have okay. Ja ukážem na mape, kde ideme. Never cross this bridge. Here. Čak ale to ideme tu hore, ne? Už Muszę malutkiatko. Dorasta, not for now. We're here, told that the zero down the stairs. You did remember to turn to the short back there, didn't you? It will make your life easier, much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Ja to pripomínam tú našu prvú základňu. Neviem už ako sa to volalo. Lift operátor. A čo bookkeeper? We're all here now, yes. I have taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and go, and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Hlavne, že som teraz greckou povedzal.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing, but I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Pekný batoh loví sa mi to.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Čo sa ti nezdá?
Did you call to me just now?
Nope.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
No.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Alebo to bolo hej dolu. Gather information in Upper Akarinthos. You're here to help or give me more headache because you don't have the look of gleaners and I'm not in on the title chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and created a pile of crates and now I have like marmots running loose. Okay. Does it convince? Hold on. Let me think. The hair seats should be the items. Okay. My head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all these add-ons and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistake the Coartan carrots for the Rabanian carrots? What's then? Coming in and out of libraries. Mi to príde ako keby archa. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books, Endor and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take a stock in labyrinths, sort and tidy up the inventory. It's in an operation like this before. They just did one a few summer ago even, then with no warning at all. This mess gets dropped in our laps, or from on high to high. Demand that if I know the reason could be that they're changing the layouts, perhaps for the next big expansion. Just walka sťahovania Endwalker. What else did your billionaires have to tell? So, things ground operation began without warning. Into every item they bring in, they are sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the Haggard faces I have been seeing. Yeah, we are right. The forum is definitely up to something, and they are turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, I have an idea. Didn't one of the gleaners your question say something about escape marmots? Yeah, switched, okay. Perhaps if you were to help him capture a said creature, he may be inclined towards a more friendly and link in a conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this gleaner here. Yeah, we can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Lol. Ja mám hľadať svišťa, ty tu budeš vykecávať, ne? What? You wish to help me find the marmots? If I have nothing suitable to pay you for your service, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I would welcome the assistance. The name is Renreal Friend, a specialist in the collection of life specimens. That's it. The capture of these Naxian marmots is trial. I have no desire to repeat. Gives me eyes, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this trail at the present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you have to catch any, stuff them in this sack gently, of course. Chcesz, żeby żyli? Where to begin, you wonder. I have not seen any scramping around here, so we will need to widen our search into the surrounding first. Be on our guard, there are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on your marmot or you. Yeah, I will search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. To na ginie, dobra. Troll. A że to ten ich marmot. Liść. A ty gdzie się to zobrazowało? Aha, to no. Halo, Grizzly Mouse. Quick. I barely have realized that stuck when others the most scrambled off in the bush. Brak jeden. Są to sądziłem za chorami, działam tak. To ten świść? O, uciekał. Okay. Śpina jedna mocno. Fuck. No jak mnie zachodnie nie okazuje, że proste wora. Prečo? No tu sú čorok. Jaký schovaný ešte za tým kamienom? Špina mala krysu. More prepared to spread this time. Yes, I said the closest I could. Ani špina jedna mala. Neoplatí sa mi to dávať teraz aj tam. No, zase až také easy to nebolo, ale... Neviem, nemôžem spavnúť. Kuba. Mornvale Forest. Toto je zóna, čo sa volá Labyrinthos. Labyrinthos. Mám pre teba toho tvojho svišťa, Mormut. How to do I tracked down tree of the back which leaves one unaccounted for. Ja, tak aspoň jeden. There is the Marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully the model seems to be unharmed. They would hold up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's good. I think we were able to recapture them so swiftly. How my thanks. Jednu otázku by som dal, ale nebol tam. By the authority in charge of Labyrinthos no and in perpetuity, richness. The same officials who have had us working the night of light, the honorable members of the forum class. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forums has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I hope that they will be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you go. Is that the cleaner you mentioned, the one who is looking for the lost mammoth? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk anyway? I'm Krill of the students of Bladesian. These others are my associate. Should be told that the firm's decisions of the late have not set entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent in Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand the reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, the calls other animals to capture and enclosure to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Is there anything new from a friend here? Friend there? Chyba, że to mają na starosti títo. So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I would say that fits with everything we have heard thus far. We also discovered when the operations began. The forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the developers made the chilling declaration. As a seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world or out of necessity. Thus, am I inclined to trust that the calendar of events is accurate. Also, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was sudden and expected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and the archives could have been planned in so brief a wisdom? No, this plan was long in making. They were but waiting at the right time to put it into effect. And the Teleporo declaration was what set it all in motion. Presne tak, it seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions yet. Just yet. Závery. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to Archeon? From there we can reach the lava. What's wrong? Yeah, fine, surely the sudden descent has left me a bit headed, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on, let's be about it. Yeah. At least allow me to take the lead, I'm afraid, and I remember the way to the Archon. We followed the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse or marmot. Was it? Anyway, at least the trolls you need to watch out for. Ty dostal, no nie, jak nie iść. Dostali tak. Tak, ale to kwestie od domika pomaliczki. Toto je veľká priepasť. Jop. Je celkom hlboká. Labyrintem, morbuj. Behold, the Archon is numinous serves as Charlan literary archives, so does it structural house the city world of material data. The architecture is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, and access pointed to walls carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed reports which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Sharlian's unvarying dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. No na tých budovách nešetríte, to čo je? Ja, to je to umelé slnko, čo vypadá. Well, we won't learn anything of all this and together. Let's proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. So správcom, custodian je správca. OK, ale toto tieto chcem zrobiť. Hačí kanál, tam mám ešte jeden. Ty krysy, či ty pavuky, či čo to je za vec, toto. Limsa, kabra. Keď to je takéto veľké, tak to znamená boss. Okay. Dobra, już się zapał to. Lima Scabra. Lima Scabra. Easy. Sta funzionando con la posizione. Questa flotta. Shack of Nuts. Čokolákýpa. Taký malý. Je maličký. Ale vyzerá pekne. Aha, Gemstone Trader. Ukáž, koľko ich ja potrebujem na toto. OK, vraj to tam nemá. Toto fakt. Asi, čo som odomknul niečo. Custodian, správca. Greetings, I've heard Perus Dark Transports. Perus. And Perus. Right. You're clearly not a Gilner, then may I ask your affiliation? We belong to the stars of Baldicians, but is the Drarland. I was given the belief that the world's horse also opens the public, at least were open to the public. Ordinary, yes, that would be okay. So at present, several access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. No, thus then, I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle terrace. Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended. I'm afraid for the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of the inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By the time it will be too late and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? Čo sa dnes dá tých racionál nás mal pustiť a nie ešte podozrievať. We are at an impasse. Yes, we have no water leads. I should like to proceed this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by a heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. Zaskočit tam. It's likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If you were to ingratiate yourself, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of few strong decks telling the light and the loud. Aby to nebylo až moc podozřivé, víš. Mander. Bone weary worker. What's that? Take you down to the lift with me? Sorry, but no chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now I have finally found a spare moment to trust. I did see the Glimmer fellow heading out at the gate. Hit there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he will be handed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Okay. Am I thinking lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into our camp, even though we found. Actually, we have no idea what it is. We found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the walls. Others the little squirrel don't think anyway. I suppose we will have to take the care of it until the restaurant is open again. Mě vlastně už nejde ten chat, no, to je to. Proto také ticho. Very while. Right, you will frighten the ball. It's again, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloud King, I need to capture his close, very close. You wish to help me with this? You spent your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, the hunters are greater, better than one, very well. The canals here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds. But the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry destructive cow. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dog. Okay. The effects are short-lived. They're really weighted down by the robot. Not to climb over for it. I'll be sure you hit the right one. That's the wrong word. What? Nehovoril, že zelený? Horníka. OK, tak to bol tento zelený. No. Tak boli dva na konci. Zelených.
A fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Samozrejme.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
Sounds better-ish.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion, then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your...
distance.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
Że napad dobry, no.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinth.
Okay.
While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
A bit good today.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Ale, choć same to tu objawilo. Seeds of chaos. To ich ma zabicie. Około 10 sekund jeszcze. Co to może? Jo. No to było rifle. Mineshaft. Prepare the particle was. Oh. You're free to clean up the another. What? Yeah, that takes care of that particle mess. I don't suppose you're free to clean up another. This must be the entrance to the mine shaft. It is faint, but I hear something moving within a creature's home there by the researchers, you think? Well, slabbering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tidy in our steps and such before we continue. Moment, czekam, mam dash. Yeah, assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I said we head on it. Given the turn ahead, I thought it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings for the time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of town. Jo to prebohe, to je ta huba. Mithril Cup. Radšej idem zátkom, idem spredom. Čas od času si kúkni svoj chabát. Čakabá. Jdeme na čakabá. Já máme level 85. No, to je v podstatě iba 5 levelů. Wow. To se pozrieme na či tu bola cesta. A je. Aha, to je ale nejaký dropout. Že pádom by som šiel. Medial circuit. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing on the consequence at least. And as I promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, these theories they give a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Renaville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for the Great Migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in their research projects. Let's float above the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Let's see what we see. Pojďme takhle spotkom. Nech mi odomkne toto. Musím ten roštěk nějak chytit. Okay. No, level 87, no. capacity. Ale jak se droží, to jsem nevěděl. Tak jo, to šťurák. Prostě ho to muselo triggernout, že? Jaký malý. Čo to je vlastně? Game Mouse. Vyzerá to jako hrčalistkou. Listou, ne listkou. Stray garlic. Super garlic. Záhrada teda, ok. Now I know where we are. This is more acronyms. Labyrinthos is hosted to wide variety of vegetation, which allows to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilizing enough growing lines. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their labyrinthos colleges, or so I hear. More notable success might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you would be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetable without a name, only list of nutritional benefits scribbled on the card. As you know, and clean out the herbals, yet these workers seem to share the same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the forms of clan and they underlying motivations worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do same or cast about 4 useful clues. Coax, prehovárať, OK. Čepke. Servus Čepke. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with this. Not with the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down there anyway? The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're such a hard soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I would rather reward such a tenacity with the guided through of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has a feeling or is at least a mile long. Passive edit detailed requests, literal wagon loads of a corpse sample and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around the old stock to make room for new. Then come the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we have already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, huh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurance that all would be relevant in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Overwhelmed laboratory. Do I argue to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Yeah, most of our stocks is sent to off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence, the stack of crates atop that hill over there gods hauling the load up. That slope was chopped in half. Tam si myslel ten vozík splnil, čo tam bolo vtedy. Toto. What course are we racing? Well, as you can see, this one is a very tough grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given what that it's native with a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthus was modeled, region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts a remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for a myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chill peaks in the north give way to swath of temperate plains, which in turn transitions into hot humid coastline. Such a bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Kuros before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amenos. The firm saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's environment. One whose climates we stroke to create within the confines of Labyrinthus. It is since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Ale dávate informácií. Predo. The labels on these crates tell the story of their consoles, a bundle of common seed and saplings, accompanied by shearing of reports. Tu nemôžem si dať útok.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Czekujemy za rozhovor.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Že by šel dolů výtah?
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeum?
A nie je to ten náš kamarád náhodou?
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryle?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
This has no idea.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
So, is girl still feeling unwell? I have never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Okay, you know, just